Good evening. You've found your way to the sea. There is no rush now, no direction you need to choose. The ocean will decide the pace, and it always moves slowly. Imagine yourself aboard a ship at night, not standing, not working, not watching, simply present. The deck beneath you is solid and steady, gently rising and falling as the vessel moves forward. The air is cool, damp with salt, calm. Far above, clouds drift across a moon you cannot quite see. Below, the ocean stretches in every direction, dark and endless, breathing in long, quiet rhythms. Somewhere out here, in the early years of the 20th century, a steamship moves westward across the Atlantic. Her name is Urania. She is not rushing. She does not need to. Her engines beat in a slow, confident rhythm, one you can almost feel through the soles of your feet. A deep, steady pulse, over and over again, like a heart. Steel plates hum softly as they warm and cool. Pipes click faintly as steam moves through them. Somewhere deep below deck, coal rests in heavy silence, waiting its turn to become motion. The sea tonight is moderate, not flat, not rough. Just enough movement to remind everyone aboard that they are floating, carried gently across an immense body of water. Inside the ship, the world is quiet. Most passengers have already retired to their cabins. Lamps have been turned low, curtains drawn, shoes placed carefully beside bunks and beds. In first class, the air smells faintly of polished wood and clean linens. The corridors are carpeted, muffling footsteps. A clock ticks softly somewhere, marking time in small, even pieces. In steerage, below decks, the space is warmer. Bodies rest close together. Blankets shift as people turn in their sleep. The low murmur of breath rises and falls like another tide. Here, dreams are filled with memory, faces left behind, streets walked for the last time, languages spoken softly, even in sleep. Somewhere among them is a widow traveling with her 2 children. Earlier in the day, she sat quietly with a cup of tea, her hands wrapped around the porcelain for warmth. She spoke of America in careful words, of opportunity, of starting again. She did not speak of fear, but it was there all the same, the kind that travels silently, folded neatly alongside hope. Now, she sleeps. Her children sleep too, their bodies trusting the motion of the ship without question. The ocean rocks them gently, the same way it has rocked countless others before. Up on the bridge, the captain stands watch. He does not pace, he does not fidget. He has learned long ago that the sea responds best to patience. His hands rest lightly near the wheel, not gripping it, simply ready. The compass glows faintly. The course is steady. Westward. He listens, not just with his ears, but with his whole body. The pitch of the engines, the subtle change in vibration beneath the deck, the way the wind brushes along the superstructure. Everything sounds as it should. Nearby, the wireless operator sits quietly, headphones resting against his ears. Faint signals crackle in and out, thin threads of sound crossing hundreds of miles of dark water. This new technology feels almost magical. Messages traveling unseen through the night. Ships speaking to one another without sight. And yet, even with this connection, the ocean remains vast. The darkness remains deep. The sense of isolation is still there, softened, but never gone. That is part of the sea's nature. As the hours pass, the ship continues her steady movement. Mile after mile, wave after wave, water slides along the hull with a low, soothing sound. Sometimes a swell lifts the ship slightly higher. Sometimes it settles back down, always gentle, always predictable. Below deck, a man turns in his bunk and sighs. Somewhere else, someone coughs softly, then settles again. A child murmurs in a language shaped by a distant homeland. The ship holds all of them. It holds their weight, their worry, their expectation. Outside, the Atlantic stretches endlessly. The surface reflects faint light from the ship's windows, broken into long, wavering patterns that disappear almost as soon as they form. Nothing watches from the horizon. No other ships are in sight. No land. No markers. Just water and sky. And that is enough. Far away in another part of the ocean, a different ship once sailed beneath very different conditions. The Stella Maris moved through tropical waters where the air felt heavy even after sunset. The sea there could be deceptive. Calm one moment, restless the next. Before the storm, everything felt still. Too still. The surface of the water lay smooth, reflecting the sky like dark glass. The wind dropped away almost completely. The heat lingered, pressing close. Experienced sailors notice these things. The silence, the way the air feels thick in the lungs, the way clouds stack themselves higher than usual. When the barometer began to fall, it did so quietly. No alarms, no drama, just a number slipping lower. Preparations began the way they always do, calmly, methodically, each man knowing his role without needing to be told. Cargo was secured, lines were checked, hatches sealed. The ship prepared herself, and then the storm arrived. Not slowly, not gradually. The wind came first, tearing across the sea with sudden force. Waves rose quickly, their surfaces shredded into white foam. The sky darkened as if a curtain had been pulled closed. The Stella Maris met the waves head-on. Her bow lifted, fell, lifted again. Water swept across the deck in sheets, cold and heavy. The ship groaned, but she did not yield. Inside the wheelhouse, the captain stood firm. His movements were small and precise. He did not overcorrect. He did not hesitate. He listened to the ship. Too much speed would bury the bow. Too little would let the sea take control. So he held her just right. Below decks, the crew secured themselves. Bunks creaked. Loose items slid, then stopped. Dishes rattled and fell silent. Hours passed like this. Darkness broken only by lightning that revealed massive waves rolling endlessly in every direction. Thunder followed, low and distant, nearly swallowed by the wind. And yet, beneath it all, the ship remained. By morning, the wind eased. By midday, the waves softened. By evening, the storm had moved on. The sea always moves on. That night, the crew gathered quietly. There was food. There was warmth. there was relief. Outside, stars returned, reflected in calmer water, and the Stella Maris sailed on. Back aboard the Urania, the night continues. The engines maintain their rhythm. The ocean remains steady. Somewhere below deck, the widow shifts in her sleep. One child rolls closer to the other. A blanket slides slightly, then stills. The ship carries them all forward, without judgment, without hurry. Across the Atlantic, across time. And as you listen now, you are carried too. Nothing needs to happen next. Nothing needs to change. The sea is doing the work. The night stretches on, unbroken, as the ship continues her quiet passage. Hours slip by unnoticed. The sense of time loosens its grip out here, far from clocks that matter. The ocean keeps its own schedule, measured in swells and wind and the slow turning of stars. At some point, the clouds thin, not completely, just enough to allow a faint glow to appear overhead. The moon never shows itself fully, but its presence is felt in the pale shimmer that dances across the water's surface. Light moves differently at sea. It does not rest. It drifts, stretches, fades, and returns. The ship breathes beneath you. A long exhale as she settles into a trough. A gentle lift as she rises again. Over and over, the same motion, steady enough to quiet even the most restless thoughts. In this rhythm, memories surface easily. Long before steel hulls and steam engines, vessels moved by wind alone. Canvas caught the breath of the world and transformed it into motion. Sailors learned to listen not just to sound, but to pressure, to the way the air leaned against the skin. A fast ship once moved like that, her sails drawn tight, her wake stretched straight and narrow behind her. She did not wander. She ran with purpose, racing invisible rivals across vast distances. The wind spoke clearly that day. It pressed firm and constant, filling every sail, humming through the rigging like a held note. The deck vibrated softly beneath running feet as men adjusted lines and watched the sky with practiced eyes. Out ahead, the sea rolled in long, even swells, dark blue broken by flashes of white where sunlight caught the crests. Dolphins appeared briefly, moving with effortless grace, then vanished again beneath the surface. Flying fish scattered in short bursts, skimming away from the bow. There are moments at sea when everything aligns. Ship, wind, water. Human effort dissolves into the background, and motion feels inevitable, almost natural, as if the vessel belongs exactly where it is. Those moments do not need to be rushed. They linger on their own. As the day fades, the light softens. The horizon blurs slightly, sea and sky blending together until the line between them becomes more suggestion than boundary. The wake glows faintly, catching the last of the sun before surrendering to dusk. Later, far closer to shore, the sea wears a different face. The air smells of land here, of stone and vegetation and wood smoke carried faintly on the breeze. A small harbor rests in the half-light of early morning, boats rocking gently as if still asleep. A man walks down a familiar path, boots crunching softly on gravel worn smooth by generations of the same footsteps. He does not hurry. He has nowhere else to be. His boat waits quietly, paint chipped, lines coiled neatly where his hands left them yesterday. The engine answers him with a familiar sound, a cough, then a steady rhythm that settles into place. Out on the water, the sky begins its slow transformation. Dark blue fades to gray, then to pale silver. The first hint of warmth touches the horizon. Nets slip into the sea with practiced ease. The water accepts them without comment. Time stretches. Silence deepens. This is work that teaches patience. It rewards attention. The man knows the subtle signs, the way birds gather, the way the water darkens where fish move below. When another joins him, younger, eager, the boat feels fuller somehow. Shared knowledge fills the space between them. Words are few. Demonstration is enough. Hands learn quickly when guided gently. Later, when the nets rise heavy and flashing with life, sunlight scatters across silver bodies, turning the deck briefly into something bright and alive. Laughter comes easily then. Pride, too, quiet and deep. The sea has given something back. Far from coasts and harbors, the ocean grows deeper than imagination allows. Light fades long before the bottom is reached. Pressure builds silently, steadily, layer upon layer. A small vessel descends slowly, lights piercing the darkness ahead. Outside, water presses against thick glass, immense and unyielding. Inside, voices remain calm. Movements are deliberate. The seafloor appears gradually. Strange shapes rise from the darkness. Towers of mineral and heat, releasing shimmering currents into cold black water. And there, impossibly, life. Creatures move slowly, deliberately, as if conserving energy in a place where nothing is wasted. Colors appear where none should exist. Forms adapted to conditions that feel almost unreal. The ocean holds more worlds than the surface ever reveals. Above, far above, waves continue their endless movement, unaware of the quiet discoveries unfolding below. Time passes. Storms come and go. Sometimes they arrive without warning, turning calm seas into chaos in the space of minutes. Wind rises. The sky darkens. Waves build upon waves until the horizon disappears behind walls of water. In those moments, ships rely on balance. Not force, not speed. Balance. Hands steady on the wheel. Eyes trained forward. Adjustments made slowly, deliberately, in conversation with the sea rather than against it. Night stretches long during storms. Darkness presses close. Lightning reveals brief, towering visions of the ocean's power before returning everything to shadow. And then, always, the storm moves on. Morning follows. The sea softens, swells lengthen. The ship emerges intact, carrying tired but living souls who gather quietly, sharing food, sharing relief, sharing stories that will be told again someday. Elsewhere, along busy sea lanes and quiet coastlines alike, ships continue their routines. Training drills echo across decks. Sails are reefed and set. Guns are cleaned. Charts are studied. Watches are stood through calm nights and fog-thick mornings. Some vessels wait more than they act, patrolling, observing, preserving strength for moments that have not yet arrived. Others race forward, chasing records, chasing rivals, chasing the invisible promise of arrival before anyone else. And some simply carry what is needed, moving steadily between remote places, linking communities that would otherwise drift apart. On one such route, through narrow channels and shifting tides, a steady hand guides a ship with quiet confidence. Orders are given calmly, adjustments made without drama. The crew works smoothly, trusting experience over noise. Wind rises, rain falls. The ship holds her course. When the storm breaks and sunlight returns, there is no celebration, just a quiet satisfaction. The work has been done well. Further north, ice closes in slowly, silently. A ship becomes still, locked in place as winter settles over the world. Darkness stretches for weeks, then months. Inside, men create routines to hold despair at bay. They teach one another. They tell stories. They mark time in small ways. The ship creaks and groans as ice presses against her hull, but she remains. The sun's return is subtle at first, a faint glow on the horizon, enough to remind everyone that change is always coming, even when it feels impossibly far away. And eventually, it does. Across years and oceans, messages drift where they will. Sometimes sealed in glass, sometimes carried by wire, sometimes passed from one generation to the next through quiet instruction and patient example. A bottle washes ashore. A letter is written. A connection forms that never would have existed without the sea's long memory and strange sense of timing. The ocean takes many things, but it also returns some. Now, the water beneath you feels calmer still. The motion has softened. The sounds have blended into a single, gentle presence. The ship continues onward, whether you are aware of it or not. You are allowed to rest. The sea will keep moving. The stories will keep drifting. And you can let yourself drift with them, carried gently, steadily, toward sleep. The motion beneath you becomes so familiar that it nearly disappears. The ship no longer feels like something moving through water, but like something suspended, gently held in place, while the world drifts around it. Breathing slows without effort. Thoughts stretch out, then thin, then settle. Somewhere out on the water, the fog rolls in quietly, without sound or warning. One moment the sea is open and visible, the next it is wrapped in soft gray, edges dissolving into nothing. Distance becomes impossible to judge. Sound changes. Every noise feels closer, more intimate. A horn sounds once, low and steady, then silence, then another. The ship eases forward with patience. Engines slow. The wheel turns just slightly. Navigation becomes an act of listening rather than seeing. The faint slap of water against a dock wall. The echo of another horn somewhere nearby. Time stretches here. Minutes feel longer. The fog presses close, beating on railings, softening every surface it touches. Then shapes emerge, not suddenly, but gently. Dark pilings, warm lights glowing through mist, solid ground returning, piece by piece. The ship finds her place without haste. Lines are secured. The fog remains, but the journey pauses, safe, complete. Far beyond the fog, the open ocean waits again. A vessel moves steadily over deep water, her crew settled into the quiet routines of a long voyage. There is comfort in repetition, sails adjusted, decks scrubbed, meals prepared and eaten at familiar hours. Each day is marked not by clocks, but by the position of the sun and the feel of the wind. The horizon never changes, yet it is never quite the same. At night, stars appear in patterns unfamiliar to those who grew up beneath different skies. New constellations hang low, bright and steady, guiding the ship farther from home and closer to destinations not yet imagined. Health is guarded carefully. Diets are strange but effective. Cleanliness is enforced. Habits form that keep illness at bay, allowing the journey to continue without interruption. The men sleep deeply after long days of simple work, the kind of sleep that comes easily when the body has been used well. Elsewhere, in port cities and quiet villages, people watch ships depart and arrive, marking their lives by these movements. Some wave farewell. Some wait patiently for returns that take years. A young woman stands on a stone quay, shawl wrapped tightly against the wind. She watches masts rise and fall against the sky. She listens to foreign languages and learns them quickly. She studies cargo lists and tide tables with more interest than dances or small talk. She sees patterns others overlook. Seasons, profits, risks. When responsibility falls to her unexpectedly, she accepts it without drama. Negotiations take place. Agreements are made. Ships are loaded and sent on their way. Skepticism fades in the face of quiet success. Years pass. A ship bearing her chosen name slides into the water for the first time, painted carefully, balanced perfectly. A figurehead gazes outward, always toward the horizon. The harbor reflects the ship's colors as she moves away, becoming part of the endless flow of vessels that come and go. Far from harbors, the open sea stretches under a pale sky. A lookout calls out softly. A spout appears in the distance. Boats are lowered with practiced efficiency. The chase is long and exhausting. Oars dip and rise. Muscles burn. The ocean remains calm, indifferent. The creature they pursue is immense, powerful, ancient. The work is dangerous. Boats are fragile. One wrong movement could shatter wood like kindling. When it ends, it does so slowly. Fires are lit through the night. The air fills with heavy scent. Men work by flickering light, tired but focused. They will be out here for years. The thought settles quietly in each of them. Home feels distant, abstract. Above, stars wheel overhead, unchanged. In warmer waters again, knowledge passes not through books or instruments, but through memory and observation. A navigator feels the motion of the swells through the hull, counts stars rising and setting, watches birds trace invisible paths through the sky. Direction lives in the body as much as the mind. A canoe moves steadily across vast distances, guided by signs that others would never notice. Clouds reflect light from lagoons. The taste of water shifts subtly. Patterns repeat. Land appears exactly where expected. Those who witness it feel wonder, but it is not magic. It is understanding, refined across centuries and passed carefully from one generation to the next. Back on the surface of the sea, time continues its quiet passage. Steamships replace sail, wires replace flags, engines replace oars. But the ocean remains unchanged. Immigrants cross in their thousands, some filled with excitement, some with quiet grief, all carried forward by the same water. A widow folds a letter once more and places it safely away. A child watches waves slide past a porthole, memorizing their shapes without knowing why. Night after night, the engines continue their steady song. Somewhere, a bottle drifts free from a ferry's wake. It rolls and turns for years, carried by currents it does not understand. Storms push it. Calms hold it still. Eventually, it reaches a shore it was never meant to find. A boy bends down. Glass catches light. A cork comes free. Words written long ago find new eyes. Letters follow. Lives intersect briefly, gently. The sea connects what land never would. Warships patrol cautiously, waiting rather than acting. Crews drill endlessly, perfecting movements they hope not to need. Oak hulls creak softly. Canvas snaps in light wind. A captain watches a distant squadron and chooses patience. The sea agrees. Along narrow passages and rocky coasts, a cargo ship threads familiar routes. A young woman stands on the bridge, hands steady, eyes calm. Storms approach. Orders are given softly. Trust flows naturally. When the weather clears, no one speaks much about it. The work simply continues. Racing yachts slice through crowded waters, sails drawing perfectly. One vessel pulls ahead, inch by inch, then mile by mile. Crowds fall silent. History shifts quietly. Far to the north, ice closes in once more. Darkness stretches across weeks and months. Routines keep despair at bay. Lessons are taught, stories told, laughter shared sparingly but sincerely. The sun returns slowly, bringing warmth and relief. The sea releases its hold. And now, the water beneath you feels almost still. The motion has become background, like breathing, like heartbeat. You do not need to follow anything anymore. The ocean remembers the rest. You can let go. The ship will keep moving. The sea will keep breathing. And you can drift gently, deeply, into sleep. The water holds its rhythm without effort. Long swells pass beneath the hull, lifting and lowering the ship so gently that it feels less like motion and more like floating. The kind of movement that the body accepts without question. Somewhere nearby, a rope creaks softly against a cleat. The sound repeats now and then, irregular but familiar, like an old house settling in the night. The air carries a faint trace of salt and machinery, a comforting blend that speaks of distance traveled and distance yet to come. Sleep comes easily in places like this, where the world narrows to simple sensations. The muted hum of engines, the whisper of water sliding past steel or wood, the occasional footstep far down a corridor, already fading before it fully registers. Beyond the ship, the sea stretches outward in all directions, holding layers of memory within its depths. Every crossing leaves something behind. Every wake disturbs water that will never move quite the same way again. Long ago, sailors learned to trust that movement, to surrender to it rather than resist, to let the sea set the tempo of their days and nights. On some voyages, days pass with little change. The sky remains pale and wide, the wind steady, the work repetitive but grounding. Sail is set and trimmed. Decks are scrubbed. Meals are shared quietly, without hurry. At night, lamps glow softly, never too bright. Shadows stretch and shift with the ship's motion. Conversations trail off into silence as one by one, people retreat into rest. Sometimes, fog returns. It arrives without sound, wrapping the ship in a close, damp stillness. Distance disappears. The horizon dissolves. Even sound seems softened, as though the world has been padded with cloth. The ship slows instinctively. A horn sounds, patient and low. Another answers somewhere unseen. Navigation becomes careful, deliberate, almost meditative. In fog, time feels different. There is no sky to mark the hour, no clear sense of progress, only the steady movement forward and the quiet trust that land or open water will eventually reveal itself again. And it always does. The fog thins, shapes return. The world expands once more. Elsewhere, the sea grows restless. Wind builds gradually this time, teasing the surface into small ripples that catch the light. Clouds stack themselves higher, darker. The air feels charged, as if holding its breath. A ship adjusts course slightly. Speed is reduced. Preparations are made without urgency. Everyone aboard understands what is coming. When the storm arrives, it is powerful but not chaotic. Waves rise in long ranks, marching across the ocean with purpose. The ship meets them steadily, climbing and descending with each swell. Water washes over the deck, then drains away. The hull shudders but holds. Inside, objects sway gently, secured well enough to ride out the motion. The storm lasts hours, then longer. Night falls, deep and complete, broken only by flashes of distant lightning that illuminate the sea in brief, towering visions. Through it all, the ship endures. Morning arrives quietly. The wind softens. The waves lengthen and smooth. The storm moves on, leaving behind a sea that feels scrubbed clean, renewed. There is a particular calm that follows heavy weather, a calm earned rather than given. The air feels lighter, the light sharper. Sounds carry farther. Crew members move more slowly now, conserving energy, speaking softly. There is satisfaction in survival, but no celebration. The sea does not reward pride. Far from storms and open crossings, life unfolds along coasts shaped by generations of hands and hulls. In a small harbor, boats return one by one, nets heavy or light depending on luck and season. Gulls circle overhead, calling sharply. The smell of fish and salt and diesel mingles in the air. A fisherman ties off his lines with movements so practiced they seem automatic. His hands know what to do before his mind engages. He steps onto the dock and feels solid ground beneath his feet, even as his body still sways faintly with remembered motion. Nearby, a younger figure watches closely, learning without being taught. absorbing rhythms and routines that will one day feel just as natural. The sea teaches quietly. Knowledge is passed not in lectures, but in example, in patience, in attention to small details that others overlook. Out beyond sight of land, far below the surface, darkness reigns completely. No sound from above reaches this depth. No light intrudes. Yet life thrives. Strange forms cluster around warmth rising from the earth itself. Creatures adapted to pressure and heat move slowly, conserving energy, existing in a balance that feels almost fragile. Observers watch from behind thick glass, their voices hushed. Each movement is careful. Each discovery feels like a privilege. The ocean reveals itself only when approached with respect. Above, waves continue their endless journey, indifferent to what lies beneath them. Time stretches again. Years pass. Ships change. Designs evolve. Materials shift from wood to iron to steel. Engines grow more efficient. Communication grows faster. But the essential experience remains. People still stand on decks and look out across water that seems infinite. They still feel small beneath wide skies. They still trust themselves to a moving surface that can never truly be controlled. Some crossings carry anticipation. Others carry duty. Some carry grief. A family leaves one shore behind forever. Another waits anxiously on the far side. Letters are written. Promises made. Futures imagined. The ship carries them all without distinction. Somewhere along a familiar route, a captain's daughter grows up among charts and tides. She learns the language of the sea as fluently as her own. Knots, currents, weather signs become second nature. When responsibility eventually settles onto her shoulders, it does so quietly. There is no ceremony, no dramatic moment, just a steady hand taking the wheel. The sea accepts competence without question. Further south, a sleek vessel races across crowded waters, sails trimmed perfectly. Competitors fall behind, one by one. The crowd watches in silence as the outcome becomes undeniable. History is made without fanfare. Far north, ice tightens its grip again. Winter closes in. Darkness stretches. Men gather close, sharing warmth and stories. They teach one another skills to pass the time, to preserve sanity. The ship creaks and groans under pressure, but remains whole. Hope becomes routine. Eventually, light returns. Slowly, reluctantly. Enough to promise that movement will come again. And it does. Through all of this, the ocean remains. Always moving. Always waiting. Now, the ship beneath you feels impossibly steady. The motion has softened to the point where it blends seamlessly with your own breathing. You no longer need to follow where the stories go. They will continue without you. The sea has always carried on. You can rest. The night continues, gently unfolding without edges. The ship moves forward with the same steady certainty, as if the ocean itself is guiding her along an invisible path. Somewhere below, the engines keep their soft, dependable rhythm, not loud enough to demand attention, only constant enough to soothe. If you listen closely, you can hear small details layered into the quiet. The faint hiss of steam, the distant clink of metal settling, the soft rush of water as it parts around the hull and slides away into darkness. Even the air feels different at sea. Cooler, cleaner, weighted with salt. It fills the lungs slowly and leaves just as slowly, as though breathing itself has been taught to match the pace of the ocean. In that calm, the mind begins to drift through places and times as easily as the ship drifts through swells. There is a harbor somewhere, far away from this open water, where a lighthouse stands on stone and keeps watch. Its walls are thick, its steps worn smooth by countless climbs. Every evening, as light fades from the sky, someone makes the familiar ascent, oil can in hand, cloth tucked into a pocket, moving with the same quiet purpose as yesterday and the day before. Up in the lantern room, glass catches the last glow of daylight. The lens is polished until it shines. A flame is lit. A beam begins its slow sweep across the darkening sea. The light turns steadily, cutting through night and mist, reaching out again and again. It is not hurried. It does not panic in storms. It simply continues. In winter, waves rise and crash below. Spray sometimes climbs impossibly high, tapping against windows far above the rocks. Wind presses hard against stone, yet the light remains. In a small journal, weather is recorded in careful handwriting. Notes about passing ships, notes about birds landing briefly on railings, resting as if they, too, have accepted the lighthouse as a safe pause in a wide world. A supply boat comes once a month. Food, oil, mail. Brief voices, then silence again. Solitude returns, not as emptiness, but as companionship offered by the sea itself. On calmer nights, the keeper might sit outside, listening to the water, watching a ship pass far off, sails pale against the horizon. He might raise a hand in greeting, knowing no one will see, but feeling the simple human impulse anyway. The light continues its slow turning. Another night begins. Another night ends. The cycle repeats, steady as tides. Somewhere else, on another sea, a vessel rounds a dangerous cape where winds gather and waves rise with force. A ship can feel small there, pushed and pulled by elements older than any chart. Crew members move carefully, bracing their feet, gripping railings, letting their bodies absorb the motion. Storms make work simple in a way. There is no room for unnecessary thought. There is only the next rope, the next task, the next moment of balance. When the weather clears, relief settles over the ship like warmth. Men move more slowly, shoulders less tense. The sound of the sea changes, smoothing into longer swells. The barometer rises. The sky opens. An albatross glides in the wake, barely moving its wings, as if the air itself carries it effortlessly. Sailors notice such things. They always have. They attach meaning to birds and stars and the shape of clouds, because meaning can feel like another kind of safety. The ship sails onward under cleaner skies. Time passes again, and now the sea is calm enough for quiet details to appear. A cook prepares a meal. The smell drifts through corridors and stairwells, reaching cabins where people lie awake thinking of home. Warmth can come from simple things: a bowl of stew, a piece of bread, the sound of someone washing dishes in a small galley. water splashing softly against metal. Sometimes that smell is enough to loosen a knot of worry inside the chest. Sometimes it reminds a passenger of a kitchen far away, of laughter that once filled a room, of a life that exists now only behind them. Ships are full of that kind of memory. Even on vessels built of steel and powered by engines, there are moments that feel ancient. A night watch standing alone beneath clouded stars, the horizon empty, the sea endless. The crew looks out into the dark, not expecting to see anything, but looking anyway, because watching is part of being at sea. Watching the line where water meets sky, watching for changes in wind, watching for the subtle shift in wave pattern that might suggest weather far beyond sight. On the bridge, hands rest lightly near the wheel, not gripping, not tense, simply present. In the wireless room, headphones press against ears, a faint crackle, a distant message, a confirmation that somewhere, beyond the dark, another ship moves through the same ocean. The isolation of the sea softens just a little. And still, the ocean remains enormous. Far out on open water, a ship built for speed runs hard under strong winds. Sails draw perfectly. The hull slices through waves. The wake stretches behind like a ribbon. Crew members work with intense focus, but even their effort has rhythm. Pull, secure, adjust, repeat. A system of movement as familiar as breathing. The wind hums through rigging. The sails snap softly with each shift. The vessel surges forward, gaining inches, then miles, then whole days of distance. At sunset, the sky becomes layered color, orange fading to pink, pink fading to violet. The sea reflects it all, moving gently, endlessly. A sailor stands by the rail and watches dolphins play in the bow wave, their bodies arcing and disappearing, returning and vanishing again. The sight is calming, even to those who have seen it 100 times. There is something reassuring about creatures that move so naturally in the ocean. They belong completely. They do not fear the depth. Flying fish skim the surface and scatter ahead. For a moment, they are airborne, then gone again, swallowed by the water. And the ship continues. Closer to shore, dawn arrives in a small fishing village. The sky brightens slowly. A man walks the same path he has walked for decades. Boots on gravel, breath in cold air, a quiet harbor waiting. He steps into his boat, a simple wooden vessel, painted in colors that have faded under sun and salt. The engine answers him. Nets are prepared. The sea is red like a familiar face. Each day is similar, and yet each day is different. The ocean changes constantly. Light changes. Wind changes. Fish move. When his grandson comes along, there is a new energy aboard, but still the same calm. The older man shows the younger how to check the engine, how to handle ropes, how to watch for subtle signs in the water. Learning happens without rush. The boy watches everything closely. He tries each task. His hands stumble at first, then grow steadier. He listens to the sea, even if he doesn't know he's listening. When the nets come up full, the boy's eyes widen. Fish flash in sunlight, silver and alive. The moment feels bright, simple, good. They return to harbor with the sun higher now, the water glittering, the coastline solid and familiar. Traditions continue like that, one day at a time. Far away again, the ocean deepens to darkness. A research vessel holds position over a place where the seafloor is torn open by heat from within the earth. A submersible descends slowly, lights reaching into black water. At depth, the world is silent. Pressure is constant. Outside, the water is heavy and cold, pressing in from all sides. Inside, voices remain calm and measured. Then the vents appear, releasing shimmering plumes like underwater smoke. Strange life gathers around them, forms adapted to a world without sunlight. White crabs, giant tube worms, creatures moving slowly in a place that feels impossible. It is peaceful in its own way, that deep stillness, an alien calm, a reminder that life is more resilient and more creative than we often imagine. Samples are collected carefully, observations recorded. Each discovery is handled gently, like something fragile, even if it has survived in harshness for thousands of years. Above, the surface ocean continues its endless movement, unaware of the quiet wonders below. And somewhere along a beach after a storm, a bottle lies among kelp and driftwood. Glass catches light. A boy bends down and picks it up. Inside is paper, rolled carefully, words written in neat handwriting. A message sent years ago, carried by currents, protected by chance. He opens it slowly, heart racing with the simple thrill of finding something meant for another time. A name, an age, a place, a date, an address. He writes back, and the ocean's long drifting becomes a human connection. Letters pass across distance. Stories are exchanged, dreams shared. A friendship forms because the sea decided to return what it was given. Sometimes the ocean takes, sometimes it returns. And now, as these moments pass one into another without sharp edges, the ship beneath you remains steady. The sound of water is softer now. The air feels cooler. The world feels farther away. You do not need to hold on to any of this. Let it drift. Let it fade. The ship will continue. The sea will continue. And you can rest, carried gently by an ocean that never stops moving. In the winter of 1897, a whaling ship called the Resolute lay locked in ice far north of Siberia, held fast by a sea that had decided it would not let go. At first, the change had seemed gradual. The water had grown thicker, heavier, as though resisting the ship's passage. Small floes drifted past the hull, brushing against it with soft, hollow sounds. Then larger pieces appeared, grinding together slowly, deliberately, like massive stones. Captain Larson had watched it all from the deck, his breath visible in the cold air. He had sailed these waters before. He knew their dangers, but he had hoped, just a little longer, for one more whale before the season ended. One more successful hunt before turning south. The sea did not agree. Over the course of a single night, the ice closed in. The ship's movement slowed, then stopped entirely. The Resolute strained against the pressure at first, her timbers creaking as the pack tightened. Then, gradually, she surrendered, settling into stillness. By morning, there was no water visible around her at all, only ice stretching in every direction, pale and silent under a gray sky. They were frozen in. There was no panic. Not yet. These men were sailors, and sailors understood waiting. They understood endurance. Captain Larson gathered them together and spoke plainly. The ship would not move again before spring. They would have to remain where they were. They would have to winter in the Arctic. Preparations began immediately. Food stores were inventoried and rationed carefully. Nothing would be wasted. Hunting parties were organized to supplement supplies, venturing out across the ice in careful groups, rifles slung over shoulders, breath frosting their beards and scarves. The ship itself was transformed. Extra insulation was packed into every gap and seam. Canvas and tarred cloth were layered along the interior walls to keep the cold at bay. Snow was banked against the hull, an unlikely shield, but an effective one. Inside, the air grew dim and close. Lamps burned longer now. Shadows stretched across the beams and bulkheads. The smell of oil, wool, and unwashed bodies settled into everything. In November, the sun slipped lower and lower each day, until finally it did not rise at all. Darkness settled over the world like a blanket. For weeks, then months, there was no sunrise, no sunset, only a faint twilight at midday, a suggestion of light on the horizon that never fully formed. The rest of the time, the Arctic lay in deep, unbroken night. The silence was immense. Sound carried strangely in the cold. A single footstep on the ice could be heard far away. The groan of the ship's timbers echoed sharply, then vanished. Even voices seemed smaller here, swallowed quickly by the darkness. To survive the long months, the men created structure. Days were divided into watches, even though there was nothing to watch for. Routine gave shape to time. Meals were eaten at set hours. Lamps were trimmed and cleaned. Equipment was checked again and again, as if repetition alone could keep despair at a distance. They taught one another. The carpenter showed how to shape wood with simple tools, how to repair small breaks, how to keep hands busy. The doctor taught basic medicine, explaining signs of illness, methods of prevention, the importance of cleanliness even when water was scarce. The Norwegian sailors taught their language, slowly and patiently, words spoken aloud in the lamplight, repeated until they stuck. Laughter came sometimes, soft and brief, when pronunciation failed. In the evenings, they gathered together in the warmest part of the ship. Someone would read aloud from a worn book. Someone else would tell a story remembered from home. These moments became anchors, small islands of normalcy in an unfamiliar world. They even staged performances, crude plays, improvised comedies, sketches stitched together from memory and imagination. Costumes were assembled from spare clothing and scraps of fabric. A lantern served as a footlight. For an hour or two, the men could forget where they were. Christmas came and went in darkness. They marked it with care. A special meal was prepared from seal meat and the last of their dried fruit. Someone sang a hymn, voice thin but steady. Another toasted absent family members, glasses raised with quiet respect. For a night, the ship felt almost warm. But winter pressed on. The cold deepened until it felt absolute, as though it had weight. Temperatures dropped to 50 degrees below zero. Exposed skin froze in moments. Breath crystallized in the air. Metal burned to the touch. The ship groaned constantly now, her hull squeezed and shifted by ice that never stopped moving. The sound was low and unsettling, like something alive beneath them, testing her strength. Illness crept in despite every precaution. Frostbite claimed fingers and toes. Scurvy appeared slowly, weakening gums, dulling strength. The doctor did what he could, but supplies were limited, and the cold made healing difficult. 2 men did not survive the winter. One succumbed to pneumonia, his breathing growing shallow and labored until it simply stopped. The other fell from the rigging during a maintenance task, a brief misstep in the darkness proving fatal. They were buried in the ice. Their bodies were wrapped carefully in sailcloth, tied with rope, lowered into graves carved from frozen ground. The men stood silently as the work was done, heads bowed, breath rising in pale clouds. There were no speeches. Words felt too small. Captain Larson spoke to the crew every evening. He did not offer false optimism. He did not deny the hardship. Instead, he reminded them of what they knew to be true: that winter did not last forever, that the sun would return, that the ice would loosen its grip. He spoke calmly, steadily, his voice a constant presence in a world that felt unsteady. The men listened. They trusted him. They had to. Without that trust, despair would have found them. January passed slowly, then February crept closer. The darkness began to change, almost imperceptibly at first. A faint glow lingered longer on the horizon. Shadows softened. Then one day, there was light. Not a sunrise, not yet. Just a band of pale gold along the edge of the world, fragile and brief. But it was enough. The sun was coming back. Men stood on deck in silence, faces turned toward that distant glow. No one spoke. There was nothing to say. The Resolute remained frozen, but hope had returned. And with it, the quiet understanding that they had endured, that they would endure a little longer, that one day the ice would release its hold and the ship would move again. For now, they waited, patiently, together, in the vast, silent Arctic, beneath a sky slowly learning how to be bright again.